Hello, check. Hello, check, check, hello. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, check, check, hello. येतोय ना? स्पीकर मध्ये येतोय का? हॅलो चेक चेक हॅलो 1 2 3 चेक हॅलो हॅलो चेक चेक हॅलो चेक हॅलो चेक चेक हॅलो येतोय हॅलो चेक चेक हॅलो चेक
And a warm welcome again to the Indian Open 2025. We are here with the men's singles qualifiers. You have Kuldeep Yadav taking on the young Dev Shah. And joining me in the commentary box is Surya, all the way from California, USA.
Hey everyone, looking forward to watching this qualifier. I'll do better, sorry.
So just for all the viewers and for everyone around, the qualifiers is a very short format. It's a very tight format. It's just one game till 11 points, service points. Kuldeep, a wily customer, a very, very strong player in India. And Dev, a young 17-year-old.
Just deep from Dave.
A very quick start for Kuldeep, 3-0 up. Important for Dev to get back in. And Surya, I know you are into manufacturing paddles and you are starting out big in the US and hoping to make the same impact in the Indian market. What have you been watching in India so far? How has it been?
The Indian market is absolutely beautiful. The amount of players playing in these tournaments are often beating the US tournaments in terms of the number of competitors, the number of teams. The production is much better than the PPA streams and all the streams that we see back in the US. So the Indian Open and global sports pickleball are really taking pickleball globally to the next level.
Thank you so much, Surya. And as you can see, a very slow start by Dev. He's a young talent from Ahmedabad in India. He's 4-0 down. Kuldeep has a 4-0 serve advantage.
Nice return there.
Very nice, slice return. Absolutely. And that's the opportunity we at Global Sports are trying to create. Give young talent like Dev a platform to showcase their talent, not just to the Indians, but to the entire world.
Right. The power of India is about to be shown in pickleball. More great badminton players, but great ping pong players, tennis players too nowadays. Pickleball will translate.
Sorry for that. 1-4. Dev coming back into action.
On serve, trying to get some points.
And that's also one of the reasons we in Global Sports are very, very kicked about pickleball in India. With our backgrounds in ping pong and badminton, we really think that there is something where the Indian players can excel.
Correct.
Most other sports are very physical, and sometimes longer physical formats have not suited India traditionally, but anything which comes to quick reflexes, hand-eye coordination, racket speed,
agreed,
are be sports where we really do well in.
Yes. The contact sports we might have a tough time, like basketball or football, soccer, but in terms of racket sports, Indians are dominating these days.
Absolutely. 4-1 on serve Kuldeep.
Nice slice there. Couple counters. Nice movement there.
Good movement. 5-1. They've had an opportunity to hit the corners a little bit, but he kept going back at Kuldeep's body. And this, with the nature of the ball, it's a very tough format to stay in the game. With the tennis ball, with its bounce, you can keep coming back, you can keep rallying, you can keep putting that one extra ball.
Yes.
But the pickleball, just with the nature of the ball, with its skidding off the surface, very tough to stay in a rally.
Right. The plastic makes it definitely tougher.
And at 6 points, Kuldeep has a side changeover. He's up 6-2. Again, as mentioned, a very short format, only till 11.
Puts a lot of pressure on the qualifiers. 1 game to 11, which is good.
Absolutely. It's very important to start strong.
Yes.
And it's a round-robin format, the qualifiers. So even if Dev does not come up tops here, he will have another opportunity to give himself a chance to get into the main draws. And that's what they're fighting for.
This is the heart and soul of the draw right here. The qualifiers trying to make it into the main draw.
Absolutely. And that's been the nature of the draw this year. Kuldeep would ideally have always made it to any main draw event in India. But that's been the depth of the field.
It's just grown so much this past year, the talent depth.
Absolutely. I was just commentating on court number 1, and this is center court number 2, and you had someone like Mitch, who is Australia's number 1 singles player, actually having to play qualifiers here.
That's crazy to think about, that there's so much talent that even a number 1 player of another country has to qualify in India.
And for us as global sport, that's a great sign.
That is a great sign.
Right.
It
3-7.
Shows that the sport continues to grow and the talent keeps wanting to play. Ooh.
They've had it over there. So important over here to be very consistent and not make unforced errors.
Right, getting under the ball especially.
Getting under the ball, keeping it low. Very tough week for the players. Most of them are a ball on court.
Replay the point.
We'll have to replay the point. A very rare occurrence, considering another court is really far away.
Wonder how big of a mishit that was.
And now you can see if you keep adding pressure, the unforced errors keep adding up. 3-7.
It's looking like a comeback coming. Solid serve right there. Nice drop.
Very nicely done.
Just out.
It just wide. 4-7. Dev Shah is coached by a very solid coach from Ahmedabad called Mr. Dhiren Patel. Has a bunch of 52 kids traveling for the global sports event.
Wow.
And very
dedication right there.
Dedication by the coach, by the students. 5-7. The game's getting tighter.
Ooh. Almost. He had it.
Just
popped up a little too much.
Kuldeep is a wily customer. He's been playing pickleball for a very long time. He has a lot of match experience, on-court experience.
It's really important in pickleball to have the experience playing matches.
7-5 up. Again, so important to stay low. As I was mentioning, a lot of these players are also playing the leagues. The leagues start in the evening. So it's a really tough week for them. They have to switch into a individual format in the morning and then switch over and get into a team format in the evenings.
It also shows who's the most versatile out of these players, who is adjusting to both individual play and league play. Not many tournaments combine league and individual play in one tournament.
In one tournament, yes. 7-5 Kuldeep serving. One of the reasons we did that is just to ensure that people have more opportunities to show their skills.
Yes, it's the right thing to do.
And with so many players,
Ooh,
very well done.
That
Deceived him, held it till the last second and then just went down the line. With so many players coming internationally, we also want the Indian players and audiences to experience world-class pickleball through the day. It'll motivate younger players to play better. Already so many of them have been walking up to us and saying, hey, we saw that guy play. He hits the forehand differently. The game's changing. Different players in different countries play the game differently.
Right, and the paddle's getting faster.
Paddle's getting faster. Yeah. And so important to see them all come together under one roof, especially the league formats.
Right. It's like uniting all these countries together in pickleball. That's what pickleball was meant to be, inclusive for all, but a lot of these leagues are moving away for that, except GSP in my opinion. Inclusive for all.
Always.
Oh, another fake.
That's another phenomenal movement by Dev. A good rally, a strong rally. It's 7 points all. That's how fast this format can change.
Went from 7-2 or 7-3?
Yeah, from 7-3, 6-2 down when he switched over. It's 7 all.
Just wide.
Very good movement shown there by Kuldeep. He was out of the point, but somehow managed to stay there. Neck to neck. 7 all.
Ooh. Usually an ineffective strategy in pickleball is to lob, and
Yeah.
usually the net person puts it away. But in this scenario, the player got lucky.
In my experience, lobs are very effective outdoors when there's some wind conditions.
Right.
But
Sun,
here,
too.
and sun, yes. But here in almost perfect conditions where there's going to be absolutely no variables, a very, very difficult shot to get right.
Yep. Oh, dominance right there.
Phenomenal shot. 10-7. A point to close this qualifier, first qualifier match out, and a strategic timeout by Dev Shah.
Smart play right there.
So important to use the timeout correctly, to use the timeout sharply.
Love how pickleball mixes team and individual aspects of the sport together. Not many individual sports have timeouts. Pickleball is one of the few.
And just the versatility of the sport, with men, women being able to compete at the same stage. We have had so much chatter in the last few years about women's sport and men's sport,
Right.
and just to see mixed doubles as a marquee event
Right.
world over. And
For
even
example, in tennis, a lot of these doubles events are not the main events, but in pickleball, it's the complete opposite.
absolutely great match for Kuldeep. First victory under his belt. A good fight by Dev Shah, but I'm sure his experience will come in handy. Thank you so much for joining us for this match. We're going to be back in 5 minutes with the next qualifier match on court number 2. Well done, bhai. Dev, good game.
It'll get better as the day goes.
Very good morning to everybody. We're waiting for our next 2 matches to come up on center court. Looking into the production queue. Let's get the sound and lights running and the screen running. produce. For me, all these facets are like daily life. भाई उनको बोलना दोनों कोर्ट पे मैच आ गए तो कितने देर में करना है बता दो. हाँ सभी चल रहा है तो कमेंट्री का बता दो. So we'll then jump in. वो आया नहीं अभी तक. हाँ हाँ उसके तो बीच में कमेंट्री बंद चालू वो फर्क नहीं पड़ता. आप बोलते हो ना रैप अप करते हो. हाँ बैक इन 5 मिनट्स तो तब तक वो फीड हम उस पे डाल के भेज. ओके परफेक्ट. तो अभी अपन 2 मिनट में चालू करें. डन डन डन. आपको तो क्यों करोगे ना. हाँ आप दोनों को क्यों करना होगा. अच्छा वहाँ पे सैंडी है ना. सैंडी को बोल देना उनको क्यों करने. यहाँ पर मिचेल हार्ग्रीव्स इवन फॉर प्रैक्टिस. इधर है मिचेल हार्ग्रीव्स एंड तवीर बसिन. वो कर लेगा ना सबको. एटलीस्ट स्क्रीन नहीं आ रहा तो मुझे कुछ समझ नहीं रहा. आप इसलिए ध्यान से आप ध्यान दो बाकी हम ठीक है. सो यू जस्ट गिव मी द क्यू एंड वी विल स्टार्ट. सैंडी विल गिव यू द क्यू देन यू स्टार्ट. So when did you get into paddle manufacturing?
So I was a college tennis player. I kind of went pro and everything in tennis, and then in college I was like, there's more to life than just hitting a few tennis balls. You know what I mean? And then I was like, I noticed that pickleball paddles don't have no patents, no innovation, overpriced technology, and consumers were effectively buying a $300 paddle. Me and you can buy it in no problem, but like middle class, anyone who wants to get into pickleball will not go spend $300 on a pickleball paddle. Even in Brazil, even in any other country, it's not only India, the Indians are more wealthy that we don't have issues like this, but I'm saying like, but still,
The entry level, yes. Even I would say mid-pro level, the paddles need to be high.
yes, and that's what we're doing. That's what exactly we're doing. Gen 3 technology for a fair price. Gen 4 technology for a fair price. And beginner paddles, we sell for like $29 USD, and it's the same thing as a carbon paddle that's cold pressed cells 100 better performance for $29. That's what it is. That's and also one more thing is that my parents and I are opening up a club in Canada. So I want to show you pictures. If global sports can like
I'll also then after this show you what we are doing in Ahmedabad.
nice,
Starting out with my pickleball courts,
nice.
paddle courts. Doing exactly the same. Completely covered.
Yes, the pickleball courts are completely covered. These 16 courts will be covered, and then there's going to be a few outdoor. And then Great.
And we are back with the second qualifying match for Mitch Hargreaves. He takes on a young Indian talent called Tavir Basin. Mitch has already had a very strong start. He's won his first qualifier game against Rex Thias from Florida, and now he's up against an Indian talent. Mitch, as I was telling you, Surya earlier, is one of the top Australian talents, maybe number 1 seed,
Correct.
consistently drafted into the MLP Australia as well, and happens to now be traveling to India very often.
Yep. Starting off strong.
And such a great opportunity for these young Indian kids to be playing against these professionals. Even in victory or loss, there is so much for them to learn from.
Correct. It's going to definitely help us in the international stage when we go to pro tournaments with this experience back home.
And it's also the place where they can really make a mark. They can really showcase their talent. Easy. 2-0, a very quick start. Mitch was really pushed in his first game by Rex, who took him to 6 points. It was 6-all, but then he just ran away with it.
Rex is a young talent in pickleball, the future of the sport, in my opinion.
Very and very. He's a character.
He
I keep
is.
telling everyone you need
Yeah.
characters in the game.
Yeah.
He
We
is a
need-
character.
We need personalities in pickleball. We don't need the robots.
Absolutely. 0-2.
Oh, nice fake right
Very
there.
nicely done. And again, it's so interesting to see the different styles at display. We were speaking earlier in commentary about the Indians with their backgrounds in table tennis, in ping pong, in badminton, being very wristy.
It's a unique style that a lot of international players can't adapt to when coming to India, which is an advantage for us. As most people don't play badminton or even table tennis in, I'd say, the US or Australia, but we do, which is giving us an advantage in these racket sports.
Absolutely.
Not right there, though.
3-1, quick start. Also in the audience, coming from all the way from Vietnam, we have Mr. Matt Nola with his camera phone. A deep volley by Mitch, keeping Tavir at bay. Tavir. Sorry for the confusion. Tavir's brother. Tavir is again a very solid player.
Nice return there.
Good deep return. It's so amazing for us at Global Sports to see the number of people who have come in from different parts of the country, different stakeholders of the game world over, looking to really create a community for players. We were chatting earlier and discussing how pickleball was always meant to be a community. 4-1, Mitch is serving. And it's so amazing to see so many of us from across the world trying to come together and create something of value for the players.
Right. It's all about the players. Without the players, we don't have a sport.
Absolutely. 5-1. Well done by Mitch. 6-1, very strong start. Side change. And I've been speaking to a lot of players in the last 2-3 days, how the courts are playing. We were just telling everybody that these courts have been built from scratch. It's
Wow.
a convention center. We've built 26 courts from scratch, just ensuring 2 center courts that the players get the best courts to play on, that we are able to provide world-class facilities. And for us, it's really, really important that the players are satisfied, that they come here and they experience the complete hospitality of India.
Correct.
We always pride ourselves on that.
Yes.
And it's exciting to see them do the things. My partners at Global Sports are visionaries, execution experts, as I call them. Sometimes I just do the ideation and they do the execution.
It takes a team to do something like this.
Absolutely.
Global Sports has been changing the way pickleball is being run and operated in India for the good.
Very strong return by Tavir. Important for him to get into the game.
It's always important to get on the board. You don't want to get on the board too late before the match is already over.
Absolutely. And such a short format. Just
Right.
one game, 211 points. Almost no time to make a comeback.
Ooh,
Very nicely done by
that's
Mitch.
a nice
good
short
fake.
angle.
Absolutely. Held the paddle up for the longest time and just flicked it on. So important. It's the Global Sports motto. You will see it in some of our sweatshirts. It says, one team, one dream. And the dream is actually to give the pickleball players the best.
And that's one of the only tours doing that.
Sir, पीछे से आइए, coverage चालू है. Absolutely. So important to always keep players in the forefront.
Right. Keeping players happy is something other leagues do not do.
Unforced errors. And it happens, when a young kid is playing against a seeded player, he wants to make a mark. He's more enthusiastic, and that also leads to a lot of errors.
And a lot of tension and tightness too, because
And
he's not expecting. it's just a different game when you're playing a seated player. When I was playing tennis, whenever I would play someone really good, I'd be my game would, I wouldn't say change, but I would be more cautionary.
Yeah. 9-1. An unforced error. And that's a formidable lead to return from when you're down 1-9 against someone like here. It's so important.
A drop shot and a passing shot right there.
I guess the classic 1-2 in tennis also applies in pickleball. Of course, sometimes it's just the serve and return, and here it's the drop and drive.
Right. Ooh, nice cat.
Ah, he had it. A sigh of relief for Mitch. Point for him, 10-1. A quick win for him.
Nice sportsmanship from
Nice
both players.
sportsmanship. It's so good to see players smiling after a match, congratulating each other. An easy victory for him, 11-1. With that, we'll return with the next qualifier match. Thank you so much, Surya, for joining us in the commentary box.
Thank you for having me.
And welcome back to the men's qualifiers. We have Tushar taking on Barry Oliver Gray. Once again, an Australian player taking on an Indian player. We just saw the previous match where Mitch took on a young Tavir Basin. And now you have two young guns, Oliver and Tushar, taking on each other in their next qualifier match.
It's going to be interesting how the games match up. I feel like this matchup is a little bit better than the last matchup.
Tushar is one young global sports talent. We've been investing in him. We really believe he is someone who can take the game into the future. Very close call. 1-0.
Oh,
That's a lovely fake.
experience right there.
You can already see that Barry is really going all out. He's a bit more aggressive right in the beginning.
The confidence definitely shows.
Absolutely.
Nice return there. Yep, right there. Coming back at him.
Yeah, and very important for Tushar to get into the game early. He's already down by 2. And again, as mentioned earlier, the short format does not want to be down 4 or 5 points.
Certainly, it's important that you get it on the scoreboard early, or you're pretty much gonna lose. Like what he's doing right now. Tushar, 2-1.
Absolutely. Very strong drive volley. I saw Barry Oliver play for the first time a couple of years back at Bali.
Nice passing
That's a
shot.
lovely drive. Cross court, a very tough cross court to hit from the left court to the other left court, and Barry was much lankier. He's put on a lot of muscle since then.
Yes, long reach. All of a sudden, this is a close game.
Yeah, 3-2 up, Tushar. Four-two up, Tushar. And unforced error by Barry. And this is the format, right? The pressure can just keep changing. It can keep shifting.
And it's also a disadvantage sometimes for like players who are underestimating their competition. You know, like the player comes in expecting to win and doesn't perform his best, and now is all of a sudden down.
Absolutely. 5-2. And you know, also for a lot of these Indian boys, there's nothing much to lose.
Right.
They have no reputations yet.
Yes, they're trying to make a
They're
name
trying
for
to
themselves.
make a name for themselves.
And they're just trying to compete.
Absolutely.
I think there's more pressure on like the Australians or like someone signed with another league who's competing here, because they have to like show that they deserve that over someone who may not be signed yet. And it's really going to change the signing processes in all these leagues. Different leagues are going to start signing Indians, and that's good.
Absolutely.
And we already see that in Australia. Jay Garywell in Australia.
Yeah, and in fact, this time at the MLP Australia, there are going to be 6 Indians who are competing. Nicely done. Held it very well till the end. Wrong-footed Tushar. 2-5. Barry serving. And yes, it's very difficult for all these players traveling, because they also need to justify that, hey, we've traveled from another country. You can almost see all of them being watched by the players, by the audiences. A very strong passing shot by Barry. 3-5.
Nice slice return. Ooh.
Very well held.
That's where experience comes in play.
And now you can see that Barry is more in this game. He really believes he needs to attack Tushar, get back stronger. Five all again. That's how this game moves. It's 5-all. Once again, tight scores. It'll be interesting to see who gets the lead at the switchover. Hung in there. Well done. Surya, you've been traveling all across especially in the States. How have you been impressed or unimpressed by the Indian talent on display?
Honestly, I'm actually impressed by the Indian talent, both in the States and in India, because what I'm noticing is that there's Indian players in every single continent, not only the U.S., that are performing well at MLP, PPAs, APPs, or even local events in California. The California Pickleball Association has a lot of people that we don't know of, but are growing and are able to compete and make a name for themselves. But I think it's good that India, specifically GSP, is investing into pickleball in our country, because why are we kind of letting our players go to another country to like showcase their talent when we should be promoting their talent?
Absolutely.
That's my opinion.
Absolutely. A good switch over. Barry actually went in stronger. Switches over with a 6-5 lead, Barry. The pressure now is on Tushar.
The body language from Barry is showing that he's confident right now.
Absolutely. And yes, very well said. We were very impressed. We have a couple of Indians traveling here from the US. Naveen Beasley, Santosh,
yes,
playing phenomenal pickleball. Again,
the pickleball competition worldwide is getting harder.
Absolutely. 5-6. Tushar is down by a point. The scorecard doesn't read it yet, but it'll soon change. 5-6. Tushar serving.
Oh, the ball movement there was amazing.
Great hustle. The classical cat and mouse in pickleball.
Yep.
It's Barry who is in the lead. The scorecard 6-5.
Nice control there.
Missed an easy one. Tushar at 5, Barry at 6. Absolutely. 6 all. Very important for Tushar to win this game. He lost his first men's qualifier match. Important for him to get this win under his belt if he wants to get into the qualifier knockouts.
And also be a huge win and a confidence for his career right there. Taking down Barry.
Absolutely. Barry's been a MLP regular in Australia.
Right. It's interesting to see how Australia was like took lead with the pickleball, like taking off in the US, and now it's like India's turn to do that. I feel like we're going to be the next big pickleball country.
7-6.
Ooh.
Footwork 8-6. Barry.
Fitness is super important.
And I love Barry. He's also a great character. Always shows a lot of personality in all his matches.
Right. Always kind to his opponents as well.
Yes. Tushar a bit ginger on the last movement. I hope his ankle's good. A long week ahead for him.
Important to stretch, roll, ice after this match.
It's so amazing when the momentum is with you. You really want to start finishing the points early. 8-6. Barry's up. 3 points away from closing this one. Very important for Tushar to get back to it immediately. Forget the last point. Forget this. Hopefully his leg is holding up. And that's what side outs can do. Timeouts. They can really change the momentum if taken strategically at the right time.
Right. It's also important to keep your timeouts when you need them instead of calling and panicking when you need them. Oh,
very well done.
Read shot.
It very early. Was ready for that.
The amount of power in these paddles these days.
9-6, 2 points away. Very important for Tushar to make the move now. That's part of the broadcasting FanCode team.
Ooh.
That was an easy duck. Barry's expression says it all. He had given up on the point, but Tushar made it easy for him. 10-6, 1 point away.
Would this mean that he, Barry would...
Barry would be very close to qualifying then, yes.
Yep.
And an easy victory for Barry at the end. It's 11-6. Tushar, disappointing qualifiers, and we'll be soon back with the next qualifier. Great match by Barry. Great sportsmanship again on display. All the matches are live on the FanCode app and on FanCode YouTube channel across the world. See you soon for the next match.
Cheers.
All the best.
Good luck.
And we are back once again with the next match of the men's. And we are back again with the next match of the men's singles qualifiers. You have Frank Solano taking on Alex Guy. We ready for the coin toss with the referee? Frank Solana bringing in some real style with his glasses, the cap. Alex Guy keeping it simple.
Nice round red.
Frank to kick it off with his serve. Bringing on the heat early into this game.
First point is the most crucial point in my opinion. Sets the stage up for the rest of the match.
Absolutely.
Ooh, nice serve right there.
Frank Solana had a tough evening last evening at the league matches. 2-0.
Looking to make his comeback and show why he's here.
Absolutely. 0-2. And what's interesting about it, holding the tournament and the league matches together is so many of them want to impress the team owners and the organizers and the talent scouts for the next edition of the league.
Correct.
Makes it so interesting, exciting.
Just
2-0.
Just because you got drafted into the league this time doesn't mean someone else who performed really good in the regular individual tournament isn't going to replace you. There's so many talented players in India.
Absolutely. 3-0, a very early lead for Frank. 3-0. And yes, and so many of them have already impressed us as organizers and also the team owners.
It shows their commitment and dedication to the sport.
Absolutely. 4-0. So many of them already chatting about some underdogs doing so well.
Yep. Easy
Nicely
put away there.
done. Alex Guy, important for him to make a strong comeback from here now. It's 0-4.
Looking to get on the board right here. Frank Solano just dominating.
Absolutely. He's come on really strong. He looks ready for this one.
Looks like he's ready to avenge last night.
Absolutely. And he has a very, very strong presence on court. Very muscular, very physical in his game. Oh, that's a phenomenal drive.
Getting under that ball and ripping it.
You can just see the difference in body language of the two players.
Right. Frank's upright, confident.
Frank's switched on.
Alex is too, but I feel like Frank just has the confidence right now.
Unforced error.
On the board.
We just saw Tejas Mahajan on the screen. Had a tough loss to Freddie Powell. That's how tough the draw has become. It's 0-5.
Right idea.
Absolutely. 5-0. Frank Solana to serve. Again, just speaking about the depth of the draw this year, Tejas Mahajan, a top talent in India, wouldn't have to qualify in any other match, but finds himself in the qualifying draw.
It shows how many players are entering the sport, not only in India but internationally as well. I think for the third straight year, I think pickleball has again outsurpassed its previous year growth, which is unbelievable. You don't see that in many sports. It's like when, for example, in the U.S. when the NBA came out, every year basketball numbers kept going up. But, for example, in tennis, we're seeing a decrease in viewership, a decrease in players wanting to play, but that's not happening in pickleball.
Absolutely fair. 6-0, Franks. A quick switch over. Time for Alex to really regroup.
The
He's
change
5
events
points
could
away,
help.
yes. Oh, another solid cross court by Frank. He's really turned on for this match. He's really bringing in the heat. And yes, important from a competitive landscape for all racket sports and all paddle sports to really well give more alternatives for people across the world to continue. It'll be so nice to have all of us competing, all of us giving opportunities to young kids to make any paddle racket sport their careers. 8-0, that's a formidable lead. And Surya, we were just chatting about it right now when we were discussing paddles and we were discussing technology and we were discussing prices. And it's so important to make sports accessible to what we call in India, rural India, or the outskirts of the metros, the smaller towns, the smaller cities. And once you give them that access, you will see real talent coming to the fore.
I totally agree with you. There's a paddle company called Intuit Sport that noticed that pickleball is not only a sport that's going to succeed in the U.S. It was going to succeed in international markets, and they started in 2022, and right now we're seeing a surge in paddle companies. Not only them that are pushing out paddles with the exact, if not even better performance than these manufacturers, but promoting great prices for not only the Indian market, but every emerging market in the world, because without accessible equipment, tennis would have never been able to grow. And that's what's happening to pickleball right now. For example, what you see online, a tennis racket will cost $200. But a pickleball paddle could cost up to $320 sometimes even more after taxes, delivery fees, and more.
True.
So that's something we need to improve, and I think more manufacturers are going to come into the game to make it more accessible, because the volume game might be better than the margins game now, because
True.
more people are coming into the sport.
Absolutely. Frank really putting on the pressure on Alex. He's 10-0 up. He's on match point now, wanting to book himself a position in the main draw.
Wow, nice
And
passing
with
shot.
that, he finishes the game out. He's actually, in pickleball language, pickled his opponent. Tough day for Alex. Great day for Frank, bringing on personality. And once again, thank you so much for everyone who is logged in to the matches, to the streaming service. Once again, live on FanCode and live on FanCode YouTube across the world.
Welcome everyone to the Indian Open 2025 Pro category. Live from Court 2, men's singles. It's Purvansh versus Tejas. It's toss time now. Time for toss. Now the ref will spin the coin.
Tejas versus Purvansh. Very, very important match for Tejas. Purvansh, a young talent from India. We've already seen him show some of his skills in the league matches. Tough format. Holding his right leg. Purvansh to serve. Zero zero. Tejas to serve. Quick serve changeover. And an error. Very important for Tejas to get into this game quickly. Purvansh, a young talent, trying to make his mark. He almost got it. Good reach by Purvansh. Already seeing multiple serve exchanges happening without the scorecard moving. And a phenomenal passing shot by Tejas, showing us his class. Tejas has been one of the champions of Indian pickleball for many, many years. Almost at a young age, still called the OG of pickleball in India. It's been called in by the referee. Tejas not very happy with the call. 0-1. Service change. Well done by Tejas. Keeping his cool. Not getting rattled by the net cords. That's where experience comes into play. A very nice backhand roll. Reducing the pace, finding the correct angle, making Purvansh stretch. (2-0) Tejas is leading. 0-2 Purvansh. Very, very important for him to get into the game. A great opportunity for him to make his mark. Missed it. That was a great opportunity. Just came in slightly short. Missed it. 2 net cords. Purvansh a bit rattled by the net cord over there. And he's down 3 points. Tejas up 3-0. 4-0. Again, Tejas showing his experience in class. Really rattling the young Purvansh. He's done it time in and time out. The cross forehand across the body of the player. Tejas' speciality. 0-4 Purvanch serving. Purvanch trying to do too much at this moment. Very important for him to put more balls into play. Extremely critical. And a very nice rally to start it out. Good point by both the players. Tejas applauding his young opponent. 5-0 up Purvanch, 14 years old from Ahmedabad. And joining me in the commentary box is Sanj Carter all the way from Australia. Sanj, how's it going?
It's amazing. Lovely to join you here for day 2. We've got men's singles action. And look, it's just fantastic to see. As you were saying out there, we've got the young lad here up on the close side to the camera and really taking it. I love to see all of the young Indian players I've seen here extremely confident, going out there, playing their best, learning a lot from others and taking a lot of points off them along the way.
Absolutely. And what I love about them is they're right now so passionate. They're so passionate about the game. They're so excited to have all these players. They're just not happy with the call. Tejas has always been very, very fiery on the court. 0-5. Always fiery, always aggressive, always putting the referees under pressure.
I would love to see that competitiveness in the athletes, and I think we see it even more so in singles day, where they haven't got their teammate there to maybe to support or to lay the blame.
Absolutely.
So always a little tougher on the referees, I think, on singles day.
Phenomenal drive by Tejas. 6-0. It's a game of 15.
Yeah, that was a fantastic inside-out forehand there, really driving through that ball exceptionally well. He's a tall gentleman, long levers, and you could see him really generating that power there through the torso, but again, really opening up that court. Fantastic to see, and again, against his young compatriot here, but be very interested to see if he makes it through this match, how he will fare against some of the really top seeds in this draw.
This is a knockout draw. The winner of this actually makes it into the main draw of the singles main draw. Important for Purvanch, 14-year-old talent. Tejas has been, at a young age, you can still call him the OG of Indian pickleball. He's been around the scene for more than 3-4 years, has dominated singles in India for multiple years. But it's also credit to the depth of the draw that he finds himself actually playing qualifying.
Yeah, and just a bit of probably kudos to Global Sports for bringing so many players from around the world. We have professionals from Australia, from the USA, from the UK, and all around the world, and which is making these draws incredibly deep, as you said. So big reward to even qualify here for men's singles.
Absolutely, and again, it's so interesting to see Tejas make that cross-court pass. He's so good off the forehand. 7-0 up. Trying to give in his best. 8-0 up. We will switch sides. Purvanch switches over with a very big deficit.
I like that from Purvanch, so trying to get the ball into the kitchen, inviting Tayars in. I think that's where he might have a little more advantage than those big baseline rallies. So I like what he's trying to do. He may not win this match right now, but he's trying to execute the right pickleball fundamentals, which in the long run will prove very, very handy for the young man.
Absolutely. Tejas 8-0 up. 8-0 up. Showing his experience, showing his class. And that's just missed it. Very nice start. Tejas always also, though fiery, though aggressive, but a very fair player.
Not sure if you have the saying here, white line fever. When you step over that white line and onto the court, the warrior comes out, and as soon as they come off, very nice gentleman.
Absolutely, and that's how the game should be played always. Good, nice, deep return by Purvanch. They just had the experience of playing in multiple countries and multiple states. It was there for Purvanch to finish it out. 0-9 down. Sometimes the scoreboard pressure makes you do funny things. Tejas, the champion of the inaugural Indian Open. He was the gold medalist. Oh, great movement by Purvanch. Missed it by a bit.
And again, those last 2 points, both getting very, very nice drops, inviting Tejas into the kitchen. And it's just that finishing shot now, which will come with time and touch, but he's really trying to do the right things here. I'm liking what I'm seeing.
11-0 up. Game to 15 for the knockouts. 11-0 up. Tejas almost making a statement to the organizers that, hey, how dare you put me in a qualifying draw? I am main draw material. Had it there. Missed by a couple of inches, and that's what pickleball is about. It's just about those inches and sometimes even centimeters. It's just such a game of margins. Very nice. Purvanch Patel plays a lot of his pickleball in Ahmedabad, in Gujarat, in India, coached by the OG coach of pickleball in India, Mr. Dhiren Patel. Just missed it.
Oh, unlucky again. He's going for the right positions, just that little bit of luck.
He's also nursing a little bit of an injury. You can see it in his movement. He's not as free-flowing as he always is. You can see a little bit of that limp and stutter.
And that always makes it incredibly difficult when you're up against a highly skilled opponent and you don't trust your body 100%. It does make you hesitate,
Absolutely.
as you said, and again makes it very difficult. But I like this from Tejas, as you said. He's trying to make a statement out here. He's saying, I'm a main draw man, get me in there, but he's working his way and letting his paddle do the talking so that he can go up against some of these best players from around the world.
Very well done by Purvanch. Off position, pulls in the lob, wrong foots Tejas. He's 112 down, fighting it out. There's a strong contingent which has come from Gujarat, from Dhiren Patel's academy. Almost 52 players here.
Well, that's fantastic and great to see them travelling here to play and support each other, and that's where you start to get these little hot spots of athletes where, as you said, they're in the academy, they're training hard, playing hard, but now they can come and test their skills against players from all other regions as well.
And it's so good to see Purvanch, though he's 212 down, such a good experience at the age of 14 to be playing against this level of competition. It'll really prepare him for the best. Another net cord. And he misses that. A cheeky approach by Tejas. The smile on his face says it all. He went for the body bag. And Purvanch pulled off on time. 312 now. Finally having a run of 2 points.
Oh, and even that just does a lot for your confidence. You know, you never want to go off the court with a 0 next to your name, but even having that 3 or 4 scoreline, knowing that, you know, you're doing the right things. And I'm sure the young lad will go back, he'll review his match, speak with his coaches and work on some of those things that he's probably been drilling and working in the academy. So again, the only way, as you know, to get better, to come and test yourself against the best players, figuring out what parts of your game are up to the level and what parts to keep working on.
And also a small victory for him. He's forced Tejas to take a timeout. Small victories when you're making your play. Speaking with his coach, his co-coach Shail Shah. Shail Shah also featuring in the league and the tournament. And it's good to see. Tejas just looks confident.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of calling the match last night with Shail Shah from the Mumbai team, and very, very impressed with how he performed when it really got down to the pressure moments. I thought he started a little bit slow, maybe looked a little too relaxed out there,
Yes.
but when it really came down to the time, he was able to almost laser focus in and really made some big points. So he's got a great coach over there helping him out.
And that's going to be so amazing part of this tournament and league. The Indian players are going to understand the importance of body language, seeing some of their fellow Australians and American counterparts, and how clued into the game they are from the first point. 12-4 for Tejas. Just the energy you bring to the court is going to be so important. Good volley, keeping the ball into play, just tapping it in. It's good to see Purvansh making Tejas earn his points and not handing it to him on a platter. Purvansh had it. He's struggling with his injury, but he's still putting on a show, chasing down every ball. 12-4 for Tejas. And the errors just keep coming from the paddle of Purvansh.
Tayaz has really put the accelerator on now. He wants to get this match finished and give his legs as much recovery before going into the main draw.
Absolutely.
His young competitor is making him earn it. I really like the mental fortitude here from the young man.
4-13, 4-13. And Tejas has always been one of the fittest players in India around. Good legs, strong legs, lanky, but don't go on that lean. He's a lean, mean machine. Has great court coverage. Phenomenal deception. Kept the paddle down for a long time and flicked it across the body of Purvansh in the last minute. Setting up a match point for him to cruise into the main draw.
Again, I love that from the youngster, really making Tayaz have to earn his championship point and match point here. Not giving it to him on the first opportunity. That shows a little fight, a little resilience.
And it's
Great
good to see
skills.
sometimes even a loss gives you the strength of a character, of a player, and not necessarily just victory. And you can see how Tejas made him on every point. A phenomenally well earned victory by Tejas. As is the Indian ritual, taking the blessings of the court and the Almighty. But showing you the reach we were speaking about. Just getting every ball back and getting an unforced error from Purvansh.
Absolutely, no, fantastic match there, and we'll see Tayaz moves through into the main draw of the men's singles.
And that's here from now. We're going to shortly come back with the next match on Centre Court 2.
check, check, 1 2 1 2, check, 1 2 2 1 2, check, check, 1 2. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Check, 1 2 1 2 2 2, check, 1 2 1 2 2, check, 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 1 2.